think it's good now. Should be good now. I had to restart my streaming software. I restarted everything. It should be working fine now. Okay. Yeah, my bad. That works. 7,500 units of electrical charge. And I need 3 pilots? 3 pilots. Really? I need 3 pilots on this thing. Okay. Three pilots, research lab. 7,500 units of electrical charge. That's 2,400. That should be about 7,200 if I'm not mistaken. 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. 48, 56, 62, 6, 62, 70, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 8 is 72. So I just need one more. Let me go ahead and recount the weight a little bit here. He's doing all right. He's not too happy with me playing other games right now, but I feel like playing some chill games. So. Okay. This guy is well into the 20-ton range, and I'm not even done yet. I've got the 7,500 electrical charge. I've got the research lab. I've got the 8. The antenna. Produce electricity. Antenna. pilots. 2 scientists. 1 scientist. 2 scientists. The music is too loud, you can't hear me, huh? Hold on. How about now? Is that better? Is that better? Should be better. Alright, so it works. Good. How about now? Is that better? Should be significantly turned down. Oh, wow. My game crashed. Ah, yes. Love older operating systems on newer consoles. Love that. Love that. It happens. I'm amazed the game didn't crash at all last night in the stream, but it's crazy. There we go. We're going back in. Spaceplane hangar, open, second ground station, and then switch editor. Then we shall go ahead and take this whole guy, flip it on its side. I do not know if this rocket's going to be able to handle it. It's a relatively large rocket, but it does not do well with over 13 tons. 13 tons is optimal for this thing, so I will have to look at it. Okay, we're we're still looking good. Okay, that's still looking good. Move you guys up with you. Move you guys all the way up here. Let's see here, we've got. Okay. Okay. Alright. Looks alright. Now what I need to do is I need to take this guy off. And get the center of mass, center of gravity. So move you. Looks like right about there. To edit the bearing. Good. Good. Good, 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 good. Okay, staging should be good now. Alright, cool. Alright. Let's get some on. Let's see. Okay, I am needing the control from. Oh crap. Aim camera here. Aim camera here. So I can actually like get in here and look for. It's a docking port. There's the docking port. That's the guy I want to get a hold of right there. Camera here. Let's aim camera here. There we go. Yeah, I got hold of him. And let's do the control from here. There we go. There we go. Now we're good. Let me fast forward to daytime so that makes it easier for you guys to see. Bro's neck. No, I get it. Here. That's why my neck is the way it is. Hashtag goals. Anyway, I can't lower my monitor, dude. I got a 43-inch 4K TV that I'm playing on. I'm just leaned really forward in my seat. If I sit back, my neck is fine. Okay, let's skip forward to daytime. There we go. It's the gamer lean. Okay. And away we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the sub and like. Thank you, thank you. Let's go ahead and get. Moving toward the Mun. I really hope I'm able to recover the entire base of this. Once I start getting above 13 tons, it makes it exponentially harder for me to recover the base. Going to the moon. Tracking station. Oh, I hope I can grab it in time. Are you kidding me? My stream cut out again? It didn't cut out again? Okay, I thought it cut out again. I was about to be upset. Alright, anyway. Meow. $72K right there. Saved. Saved $72K right there. Do 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 do. Thank you, thank you. It'll be shaped on Sunday. Made it. Okay. Head back to the tracking station. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. We're making it happen. All right. Let's go ahead and deploy the shield. Boop. Let's go ahead and deploy these guys. Wait, what do you mean there's no pilots on here? There should be pilots on it. Oh no! No! For some strange reason, my Kerbals didn't save into it. That is so annoying. Alright. How many Kerbals do I have? I need to carry 5 up. I'm not worried about it. We'll do it this way. Because landing this and then relaunching it is going to be such a pain in the butt. I know, right? You saw me put them in. That's okay. Trying to relaunch that is going to be such a pain. I'm just going to do this instead. Give me... I need the fuel and... fuel and forklift. Actually, let me grab fuel and forklift 3. Look at this guy. Nope, nope, I just need fuel and forklift. Actually, I do like that better. We're just gonna go ahead and do this real quick. Oh man, yeah, I do like that better. We're gonna go ahead and just do this real quick. We're just gonna go ahead and snatch this guy off of here. We're just gonna go ahead and grab all of this. Gonna toss it in there, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and grab this, grab that, and we're gonna grab this. Or I'm not going to be able to grab that. Okay. Turd. Rename it to the last stage payload carrier. Okay. Save that. Cool. Alright, now I can just drop that in there. Now what I can do is I can load the forklift. No, I don't want to save that. Give me the one with the forklift. Fuel and forklift. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and grab this guy out here. Let's go ahead and grab this guy on here. Let's go throw that guy away. Let's go back in here. Let's grab this. Let's go ahead and put this guy back on here. Put that guy there. Now, let's go ahead and look at this guy. Pull that guy off. Let's go ahead and pull this guy off. Let's go ahead and throw this guy in the trash. Then let's go ahead and grab a hitchhiker container. Hitchhiker container, there we go. Where'd it go? Where's the hitchhiker container at? There it is. So I'm just gonna I'm throwing something together just so I can get my Kerbals back up to my MUN station because apparently they decided to jump out before I launched it. And I don't feel like bringing the MUN station back to Kerbin because the way that I launch stuff, I lose the ability to revert. So instead of me bringing them back, I just realized? I did add a couple of things. Get out of here, cat. Go on, shoot. All right. Anyway, I just realized something that's not good. How do I want to do this? Hitchhiker container's cool and all. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need the monopropellant. I like the forklift, but the forklift's not gonna do anything once I actually get there. Let's do this, because I just realized I forgot to throw all of my science onto the ship up there. So let's do this. First things first. We're just gonna throw a little bay. Where's the bay? Where is my storage bays? Okay. I didn't put any of my science on there. Okay. Thermometer, barometer, mystery goo. And then deployable science. One, two, three. One, two, and three. How many spots does this have on it? Oh, that only has 3 spots. But if I store it in here, you forget to put all your science on your ship. You gotta go after the fact and do it. That guy out of there altogether because I don't need him. Let's try this again, shall we? There's those guys. I don't remember if I said thank you to the aquarium compliment. Thank you for the compliment on that. I don't remember if I actually said thank you for that or not. I might have said it just in my head. Shroud. This guy. Just, there we go. And beautiful. And now all I need to do is throw a coupler top. Nice. Last things last is the thing that allows me to move it through space. 4 of them. And we're actually going to move these guys to here. Oh, I'm in full-on career mode, man. That's for sure. I'm fully in career mode. All right, now let's see if my Kerbals will actually stay inside of my craft this time. Pilot. Scientist. Pilot. And scientist. I've got to give him at least 1 male pilot. That's so many females to 1 male. That's unfortunate. I would feel so bad for him. Get annoyed by everyone. Alright. There we go. Rename as... Yeah, poor guy. I can spell. Ooh. Here we go. Okay. Now, let's do this. It is not the station I need. I need to find, there it is. And away we go. Oh, it runs really good on the Series X. I love it. I love how smooth it runs on the, because I went from an Xbox One to Series X, and it was day and night. I actually tested how many parts I could put into a specific area, and because of the Series, or because of the Xbox One original, right? I had figured out how to optimize the least amount of parts to the most amount of like efficiency. And so, because I had figured out how to do that on an Xbox One original, which you could only get about 300 parts before the game started to crash, now that I'm playing on Series X, I can put, I think it was like almost 1,000 parts in one specific area, and it just start to lose frame rate. Like it was really really good. Like the change was really good. I have tried some new games. I tried Roadcraft. I actually have thoroughly enjoyed Roadcraft. I think that it's one of my favorite games as far as like just a time waster, because it's 100% just a time waster game. There we go. I actually really enjoy it. I've completed two of the campaigns already, and so like I'm about to move on to the third campaign in that game. And if you've ever played anything like Mud Runner or Snow Runner, and you've enjoyed those type of games, I think that you would enjoy um, Roadcraft. The only thing that I will say about Roadcraft that I don't like is there is not a whole lot of customizability whenever it comes to your vehicles. Yeah, that's the only thing I didn't really like about it. But I have enjoyed the fact that I can actually like alter the terrain and engage with the terrain, which is something that you can't do really in SnowRunner or MudRunner. You just kind of have to deal with the terrain as it comes, right? Or you have to get better vehicles to go through the terrain. With Roadcraft, you can actually alter the terrain and make it easier to drive on, which I like that aspect. Like that should be an aspect that they should bring over into, like, if they took SnowRunner or Expeditions and made it to where you could alter the ground, it'd be an amazing game. Like it would be, there would be no need for a Roadcraft. And it wouldn't take a whole lot for them to put that in there because I mean they've already got all the ground physics down. You know what I mean? Oh, I guess it's gonna let the parachutes guide it all the way over. Good. Sometimes that doesn't happen and I have to recover it in a different way. It's the amount of parachutes that I need in order to slow it down to less than 5 meters a second in descent. If I go any less, then it will be like falling from the sky and just smash into the ground anyway and explode. And then I've got a bunch of pieces I have to go pick up. So, oh yeah, that was a success, 100%. Let's go ahead and terminate that. Let's go ahead and terminate that. Let's go ahead and terminate that. Let's go to ground support. No, I have not played My Summer Car. Okay, I made it to space. That's beautiful. All right, let's see here. That's the guy I need to go to. That's all it's going to take for me to get there. Honestly, since I have to do this, you know what? Since I have to do this anyway, here's what we're going to do. Instead of doing all of that, what we're going to do is we're going to send... I've got to do a rendezvous in orbit of the moon anyway, so let me send both of these out to the moon, and then let me rendezvous them there instead of where they're at right now. Let's do that. Oh, and I'm winding up to be able to hit the moon perfectly. Actually, I need to send this one first, because that one's closer to the point of sending it. Full send! Straight out to the moon. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Switch to looking beautiful right now, guys. We're looking pretty solid right now. Yay! We're getting there. Oh yeah. Okay. There we go. You know, I opted for a little bit healthier, I think, as far as Dr. Pepper goes. I would think that it would be healthier at least. I think that's a good distance away. Oh crap. Oh crap. Where'd it go? There it is. Yo, it's like literally just barely any movement and the thing is just flying away. 50k would be fine. There we go. Perfect. And it's on the backside of the moon, which means that I need to make sure that this goes onto the backside of the moon as well. And then we'll line up perfectly, and I'll be able to just do what I need to do in order to get these guys to meet out there. You mean to tell me that's all I need to do is just burn for a little bit? Nice. Look at that. That's beautiful. And they're coming in one after the other too, so like yes. Oh, they're coming in at the same time. Uh-oh. I I don't think that I could have done that any more perfectly than I did. That's a oopsie in of itself. Okay. I'm gonna save this because that's a lot. Okay. So it's not going to take a whole lot of fuel for me to actually slow this thing down. It's not going to take a whole lot of a burn time either. Oh my goodness. It's working out so well. Like, All right, we're getting there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're doing so good. Oh yeah. docking mode. Oh my gosh, it worked. Okay. Actually, what I need to do is I need to do that. Then I need to do this. I set that one as the target. I need to take this guy and I need to just lean him forward. I think just like that. A bit more. Yeah. Like this. Just let them click together. There we go. And I think that was one right there. That should have been the contract. Yep. One contract down. One more to go. All right, now let's go ahead and do this, shall we? Transfer crew. Actually, let's do it this way. Let's go ahead and do it this way. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, scientist is in the right spot. Wilner is not in there. The other scientist is Gaffrey. Okay, so transfer crew, Gaffrey, transfer there. Transfer crew, transfer to your own room. Transfer crew, transfer you to your own room. And then transfer crew, oops. That's not what I meant to do. Transfer crew, transfer you, and we'll just throw you into one of these spots over here. Now, this should be empty. Yes, this is empty. Transfer crew, yes. How much fuel do I have on this one? Do I think I have enough fuel to make it back? I know I didn't have a whole lot of fuel this way, so let me go ahead and transfer a lot of fuel here. Okay. I think I have everything that I need now. Now I need to figure out where I want to land at. Okay. Save that real quick. There we go. We're getting close. I love how you can see like the lines between the panels. I kind of want to land right there, to be honest with you. Where it looks like there's no shadow. Oh, God. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm super focused. Okay. There we go. Crew report. Let's go ahead and grab one of my guys here. Oh, crap. That's unfortunate. I don't have a high enough level engineer to fix that either, so that sucks. Anyway. Place that guy right there. They just flop over when they land rough. It's hilarious. Okay. Whee! That guy. Grab that guy. Go ahead and drop this down. Grab this guy. Okay. That should be everything. Now it should be fully functioning. Alright. We made it. Yay. Oh, sorry guys, I just had to stretch. Okay, so that's done. Cool. I'm definitely going to have to add a hub to this one. A power hub to this one. There's no way. It's got a lot of energy, but I don't think that it's going to be able to actually transfer. Yeah, I might have to drop some power on this thing, but I'm not going to do that right now. Now it's time to celebrate, because I now have 2 of these that I have completed. I need to do a couple of satellite ones, and I need to go visit my other... I need to go visit a couple of different places, and I'm pretty proud. Oh, I still got to send that back too. Hold on, let's send that back. Let's go ahead and send this back to Kerbin. Let's recover the all of the resources off of it. Okay, go full retrograde. We'll hit it at about 50. Hit the atmosphere about 50 kilometers. I'll do 50, like 52 if I can. Oh crap! I'm way below that. It's not where I want to be. Okay, give just a little bit. There, that's where I want to be. cool. They all fold up. Nice. Okay. Now, what I need to do is I need to look at this right here, and I need to leave that up, and we can do this for now. Nope, going retrograde. We hit that at prograde, and we are gonna die. All right, re-entering 101. What do you want? You're so annoying. God, I can't stand you. Cat. That was beautiful. Right, there's where a lot of the burn off of the altitude's gonna go. Okay. That was a good chunk. Okay. I'm gonna make it where it fully grabs me this time. Shut those up. Should pull me in this time. If not, then it's going to be the next time for sure. Because I put myself into the lower atmosphere, or I put myself well into the atmosphere. Getting hot. I'll be amazed if I break free, honestly. Like, no, I am going to break free. It'll be the next time it'll pull me in. But that was pretty close. Just gotta be careful how fast you get pulled into the to Kerbin, because you'll blow up in the atmosphere if you come in too fast. Sorry, guys, that's on the sunny side. I'd like to get on the sunny side of Kerbin, but it's kind of hard sometimes. Yeah, we're not landing on the sunny side. Save game, edit, space X, because it's how we don't have to land this thing. Here we go. Oh my god! I saved it. I broke one piece, so I'm counting that as a win. I broke one piece out of the whole thing. Oh my goodness. All right. I'll count that as a win. I ran out of gas. Less than 20 meters above the ground. And it just boop. I count that as a win. That was a good one. Okay. I need to go to the tracking station. I need to go play around with some stuff. Okay, let's do this. We'll go ahead and recover that guy. Yes. Good. Go ahead and recover this guy. Good. Let's go ahead and figure out what that is. That might be a recoverable, or that might be a destructible. I don't think I'm going to be able to recover that. Let's see what it is. Yep, just trash. All right. Clean that up. Clean that out. Get rid of that. Trash. Terminate that. Let me change the. I'm gonna make everything more clean real quick while I'm doing this, and I need to come here anyway because I need to transmit my science before it gets too much science to transmit. So let's see here. Yep, transmit science. I didn't realize I had that much battery power on this. That's crazy. These research labs are insane. Hey, you know what? You know what I haven't done? Let's go ahead and EBAU. Let's go ahead and EBA report it. Let's save that, and then let's board. Review the data. It's an extra 200 to process. Boom! Look at that. Can you stop spinning? Are you able to stop spinning? Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. That's transmitted. Nice. Now I need to rename. So where is... Ah, there he is. There it is. Can you stop moving? Thank you. Lee, just keep rotating for no reason. I need to aim camera here. There we go. Now I should be able to grab it. This. rename vessel. Change type. It's not debris. Okay. Edit name. Name's fine. Station. Accept. Oh. It's not debris. Stop labeling it as such. Good. Okay. Now, if I go to the tracking station, it should be renamed as such. Carly, what you doing? Hi, what are you doing? Anyway. Beard is itchy. I'm about to get rid of this thing. About to go shave the whole thing off. Excuse me. Okay. I need to go back to the first Mun station. I need to transmit the science there before it gets too full. I need 500 science in order to get what I need to get in order to eject that asteroid. Excuse me. Dang it. Oh man, I am tired, guys. I'm kind of hoping for a Mun station now, or a Minmus station now. That'd be nice. Cool. Yeah, so I'm flipping my schedule to a midnight schedule again, and I need to get some sleep here soon. Man, all them dishes and it's still yellow like crazy. It's yellow like crazy right now. What's up, Bloxocraft? Bloxcraft Duo, what's up, man? Welcome back. What's up, Nova Potato? Welcome back, guys. Hi, guys. Yeah, that guy's just now getting there. How many more days does it have to apoapsis? 182. How many days does it have to periapsis? A year and 24. 3 years to get there. I've got quite a few things that I've built that are pretty big. This is kind of one of those things that I regret making, but I'll show it to you anyway. This is this is kind of the biggest, I would say the most time consuming thing that I've dealt with is this asteroid right here. And I'm realizing that I did this the most inefficient way possible, so I need to go ahead and send most of this back to Earth, because most of this just needs to go back to Earth, like back to Kerbin, because I need to seriously reevaluate what I'm doing with this one in particular. Now, as far as other more difficult things here, guys, I'll just show you the array of things that I've done over the multitude of streams that I've had. Just give me 1 second. Because honestly, if I took all my saves and put them together, it would be one gigantic mess of just everything I've ever done. But if I'm not mistaken, my very first, I think this is the very first thing that I was streaming. I think this is my very first stream. I don't know if it's going to load. It just froze the game. Oh, nope, there it goes. Just to kind of give you guys a perspective on everything that I've done in this game, if it'll actually, you know, reveal it. I think that this is the one that has the Boeing 747s that I built in it. Just huge airplanes. No, this is my Duna. Never mind. This is a whole lot of whole lot of stuff that I was just randomly doing. Yeah. I got really into trucks for some strange reason. Uh-oh. Half my controls stopped working. Hold on. I got really into trucks for some semi-trucks, like trying to build Duna rovers or rovers that were trucks. I don't know why. I'll probably revisit that again, but I got really into it. And because of robotics were added to the game at that point in time, because this is really my first stream set that I did. Because robotics were added, I was actually able to make trucks that were, you know, able to be trailers that were able to be moved back and forth and added to, and I was able to make it to where they actually rotate freely behind the vehicle. Like, this is one of my science trucks that I had, and it was even so much so that I believe even the truck, like, doors open. I think even the doors open. I just don't remember how to do it. Yeah. So, like, that was what I got invested in on this specific save. Now, going to... I had a lot of random things that I've done. But if I'm not mistaken, I also... This was the reason why I stopped messing with certain things in the game as well. I'm pretty sure I ran out of money on this save, and that's the reason why it just failed completely, is that I ran out of money because I wasn't playing the game properly to an extent. I was playing it properly, but I wasn't being as efficient as I am now. Like, this was part of me learning how to be efficient. See, I had a rover that would drop out of the bottom of my Duna plane, and had it to where, like, it would even... Yeah, like, it was a whole thing. But I got this to Duna. Yep. This was my first attempt at landing on Duna, and I decided to take a space plane in. Yeah, let's see what else I got. Let's go to the tracking station. Let's see what else I got floating around. Because I don't remember a whole lot of this. This is this is my first Let's Play I ever did in Kerbal Space Program. Let's go look at some of my Kerbin. No, this one is done. I cannot play this map anymore. I've run out of money. I can only really explore it, and even that, my exploration of it is kind of limited. So, like, these are some of my first space stations I ever made. Let's bring it over to sunlight. These are some of my first space stations. There's another space station right here. Let's look at this one. I haven't been to a lot of these in a long time, so I don't even know. Like, it's not that bad. I mean, this was all stuff that was done on Xbox One. Oh yeah, this is one of my bigger space stations. This was pushing the limits of what an Xbox One could handle. Like, I could not build any more onto this. This was about as far as I could go with Xbox One graphics and processors. This was the most I could do. So this is probably about the biggest build that I had. Because I remember I would hop into this and it would just start shaking violently, and I'd have to leave real quick before it exploded. Because the Kraken tried grabbing a hold of this thing all the time. Let's see what else I've got floating around. What is this? I think this was my last mission before I had to fully say I can't do anymore. I think this was meant to go to Eve. Oh yeah, that's exactly what this was. Yep. If I'm not mistaken, this is the front part of it. I just ran out of money in the game. I'm sure that if I really tried to, I could probably pull this save back, but I don't really want to. It's not one of those saves that I really enjoy playing anymore. Yep, there's the semi-truck. Anyway, so let me see what else I got floating around in this one. I think that you would enjoy. I had a specific save where I was. You know what? Hold on. I think you would enjoy a different one of the saves that I have. I think you would enjoy that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. My saves are gone. I think it was this one. I think it's this one. Actually, it might not be this one. I don't know what this one is. I think this was me trying to go for achievements. Can you leave me alone? Can you leave me alone? Oh, yep. Yep, this is one of my more advanced saves. Yep. I remember this. Anyway, so if this is the one that I think it is, oh, where's the mun? I think that this is the one. I think this is the one. Hold on, just if you could hang out for just like 2 more seconds. I think that this is the one. This is indeed the one. This is the one where I did it. So I put a nice space station in space. I put a truck on Mun, and then I put a train on Minmus. So give me a second. Let me see if I can find the. I'm pretty sure that's I'm pretty sure that's what this save is. I'm pretty sure this is the save that I put. Hold on. Let me go to Minmus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Minmus is the one that has the train. Yep. There's the train. Choo-choo. All right, anyway. And if I'm not mistaken, a lot of my builds on this specific save were very, 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 like... This was probably the most amount of, like, giant things. This is probably the most amount of, like, giant structures I built was on this save. Oh, yeah, because there's the space station from Mun. This is when I had infinite amount of money and could just do whatever I wanted to do. That's what this is. Yeah. Anyway, good fun trip down memory lane. I'm going back into the original, what the stream is supposed to be, so I had a 747 somewhere floating around. I'm not going to go through all my saves to try and find it. But that was probably the most intricate one that I built, was the 747. Anyway. Explore Minmus. Land on Minmus, return from Minmus, and it gives me 400,000. Nice. Bring a green sandstone back with you. Okay. I'm not doing this one. Build a new orbital station around Eve. That one's too easy. Honestly, that one's pretty easy. All right. So now we're moving into a lot more difficult missions. I gotta fight with those two here in a little bit. Position a satellite in a specific orbit of Mun. Minmus, polar orbit Kerbin. Let me knock out all those satellite ones. Okay, so I need 5 satellites. Start bringing back all my stuff. Okay. All right. Cool. I absolutely know how to rendezvous. I've done it, I think, 3 or 4 times on the stream now. So today alone. So yes, I know how to rendezvous. Do you need help with it? Is that what you're trying to figure out, or are you just asking me because you're curious? Sorry, I asked too many questions. um, there's ways to make it super easy. Um, you give me 600, 600 meters, but do you have? Are you using docking mode? Are you using docking mode? Right here, bottom left, docking mode. Hitting A switches between rotation and linear movement, and then you can just move left, right, up, down. Linear movement allows you to move up, down, left, right, forward, backwards, and then rotate allows you to rotate the craft all around. Right? That's what docking mode is. And then also, if you select, hold on, let me see if I have one on here. I don't think I have one on here. Do I have a dock? I don't have a dock on here. Hold on 1 second. Let me. So you can do it without RC. Okay, RCS makes it a ton easier, but you don't need it. What you need minimum is it's called reaction wheels. You need to have at least reaction wheels. If you don't have reaction wheels, you might as well scrap it. So just to kind of show you, because I can actually showcase it, come to think of it, because, you know, I've got all the stuff I need to showcase it. But what you can do if they're small enough craft is so I have RCS on, right? But if you have a small enough craft, what you can do, this is too big of a craft for me to really show you, but docking mode allows you to go forward and backward, left and right, and up and down, right? Well, up, up, down, and up. You'll figure it out as you play around with it. But what you can do, just to kind of make it easier, is you can do this, hit X on the docking port, hit set as target, and it'll set it as a target, and it'll show like a little pink thing here inside of the circle. And then you can also switch to this side and click on the docking port that you want and set it as a target. And then what you can do is you can set it up to where this is over top of the pink node, and what it'll do is it'll put your docking port straight in line with whatever craft you're trying to rendezvous with. And then same thing for this one, right? So I can take it, and if I come over here, you'll see the closer I get to the dock, the more that pink is more toward the center of my aiming point, right? And that'll allow you to essentially get to that point that you need to be at without having to make a whole lot of alterations. If you could rotate both of your crafts, you could make it to where both your crafts are pointing directly at each other. And then all you have to do is just press forward a little bit, and it'll run right into each other. See, I'm not even gonna, once you get them pointed at each other, then you can just push forward and they'll mostly run into each other just like that. Boop. Just makes it super easy. Hopefully that helped you. Hopefully I just helped you astronomically. And I did that all on controller with no mods. So it is possible. It just takes some practice. Okay, now back to what I was doing. Now that I've been distracted. Move one thing at a time whenever you're maneuvering. So if your orbits are crossing each other like this, move the purple node. If your orbits are not lining up on, like, try to get your periapsis lined up first, then your apoapsis lined up. You get what I'm saying? Like, you have to do each thing one at a time and move through. You can't do all of them at the same time. You'll see, because I'm about to launch a satellite and I'm about to set it up around a specific body in a specific orbit. So you're about to see me really do what you're asking here in the next like 10 minutes or so. That's basically what I'm about to do. I'm about to put something in a specific orbit that I want it in. But first, let's make it daytime. There. Always that, always that. I always like to keep my thrust to weight ratio around 1.2, 1.3. A lot of it comes from doing your maneuvers far out from where you're trying to get to. A lot of times I don't actually follow the number amount on the how much delta V you're going to use. I don't use that number amount most of the time whenever I'm like rendezvousing with bodies. Sorry, I got to talking. Wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing. Um, but yeah, it's gonna take some practice and some patience. Give me just a minute. Once I get up here, I'll show you what I'm talking about by with those maneuver nodes and stuff. We're getting there, guys. Uh-oh. I'm getting a phone call, guys. Give me just a minute. All right, I'm back. Ooh, I got super distracted. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. All right. Don't want to lose altitude. No, stop it. Okay, I hope I didn't just break a whole lot of stuff. So, to the sky is blue, to the ground is brown on the nav ball. I'm pretty sure you're already aware of that, but I just wanted to make sure that you're more aware of it because that's what I'm using in order to make sure that I'm staying around the 5 to 10 range either direction. If I start going negative too much, I start pointing toward the blue a little bit. If I'm going toward the ground, I start pointing toward the brown a little bit. Or if I start going toward the ground, I point to the blue. If I start pointing to the sky, I go to the ground, right? Until I get pretty much to where I am in orbit. And I am now in orbit. I'm now in orbit. Okay? I'm actually going to go retrieve that rocket because I save money that way. So I'm going to go back to this guy real quick. I'm going to retrieve this guy real quick, so just give me a minute. That's 72 to 75K depending on what I broke. Not entirely sure what I broke, to be honest. Oh, a battery. I broke a battery off. That's all I broke. No big deal. I recover as much of my rockets as I can because it is saves me money. I'm in career mode. I'm not in sandbox mode. I'm in career mode. I'm not in science mode. I actually have to worry about my money. So like I have to try to recuperate as much as I can. And so you'll see a lot of times, yes, all the parachutes are necessary. Otherwise, I wouldn't be going 3.8 meters a second. If I take off even 8 of them, like let's say 8, I will be at a threshold where I will actually damage the rocket on reentry because I'm not going slow enough for it to land safely. To land a rocket safely, you need to be around 5 meters a second. If you're not around 5 meters a second, it will not land safe. If you're not below 5 meters a second in descent, you will damage your rocket for the most part. Unless you have like landing legs, then you can get away with it. But obviously, if I put landing legs on this, it's going to be even more absurd than the parachutes. So, so whenever I do research, okay. Did you just start the game? Because I don't know how much you actually know. Because, like, each one of these areas inside a KSP, even the rails right here, and the grass, and all of it is its own science area. So what you want to do to get the most amount of science to start out with is you want to try and get to the point of basically having this. This is where you want to get to, is the aviation pack. The reason why you want to get to the aviation pack first is because then you can build something like this. You want to do the science tree a little bit, and then you want to do that. You want to get the aviation pack, and as you get the, like I said, as you get the aviation pack, you are able to build something similar to this. Hold on, let me find it. Yeah, something like this. A little rover, and you're able to like get oh, that's not it. That's not the rover. Hold on. That is not it at all. Where is my first craft that I built? My first little ground craft. Oh, I guess I don't have it saved. But basically, my first craft. Oh wait, no, I remember. On this save, I just did an airplane to start. So here's my airplane to start. This is what I did to start. This is my guy. And all I did was put a scientist in this area and put my pilot in this area, and I just drove around KSP. I didn't fly or nothing. I just drove around KSP. And I used my mystery goo, I used my barometer, I used my thermometer, and I collected science. And while my guy was outside, I collected crew science. By hitting X on them, you can go into the menu and collect science from them. You can get a crew report. And then by doing that, I just went around like the whole KSP and collected all the science from everywhere, right? And that allowed me to basically get, I think it was something like 200 science right off the bat, and that was without even leaving Earth or Kerbin. Like, and I can actually fly this guy, so give me a second. Let me do my thing real quick. I'm gonna show you. So this guy, this aircraft that I'm talking about, like I can actually fly it and I can actually land it because I've had a lot of practice, but like it's difficult to try and actually fly them. Um, it's a whole nother video in of itself for me to like try and make it to where you guys could understand how to fly. But I basically made it. I made the aircraft to start with because I knew where all of the areas are. Um, I'm gonna fly it for just a second to kind of show you. So all of the areas in KSP, this grassland that I'm flying over right now is an area. And then this green, darker green is an area. I forgot how much I didn't like this aircraft because it keeps pointing down toward the ground. It's so heavy in the front. So this grass area is a new area that you can collect science. There's a point between here and the mountaintops. There's an area that you can collect science. Just all on Kerbin before you even leave the planet. You don't even have to do science missions. I don't even do science. I don't even do science missions at all in the game. Like any science contract, I cancel them. I do only the build contracts and the tourism contracts. And the only time that I do the tourism contracts is before I go to orbital, because it will constantly put suborbital tourists in the queue, and you can build up all of your money and have your entire KSP fully built before you even leave. Now, I'm flying over here for a reason because there's a like little airport over here, like just to kind of give you an idea of where it is from where I'm at. There's a little airport over here that has its own science that you can collect. Warp a little bit and hopefully not break my aircraft. So this airfield over here that's on this little island that's not far off is some more place is another place that you can collect science from. You can also collect science from being in the water, in the air above the water, and in orbit. So there's multiple different science zones between like the different levels of atmosphere as well. So like if you're really close to flying above the mun, you can gather science that's different from landing on the mun and is also different from being far away from the mun. Oh crap. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can do it. First try. First try. I'm going too fast. First try. I'm going too fast. I'm going way too fast. Yeah, I'm going way too fast. Had to pull out of it. I was going too fast still. Wow, this thing actually flies really decent with no No speed. No airspeed. That's crazy. Alright. So this area is kind of cool to explore a little bit, but like this is another area that you can get science from. I don't know if I actually got science from here or not, so let's check it out. Yeah, I got the science from here already. So, but yeah, so that's kind of just to show you all the different places that you can get science from. That's very first in the game, and then like I said, before you even get to go to orbital space, take advantage of the suborbital Kerbins, the ones that want to be tourists, because you can make. I think I was making like 200, 300 grand each time I flew to space. How I did it, let me just go to the spaceplane hangar real quick. I'll show you how I did it. I did it using this monstrosity right here. And so basically I could house, I can't remember how much it was per tourist, but I think it was like 30K a tourist. And I think I could get like 16 tourists in here. So 16 times 30, and then take away the cost of the rockets, because that's really what I was doing. And so, yeah, it was like one of the tourists paid for the other 16 to fly, basically, is how it was going out. And like with this craft that I have, I was able to, I'm able to just take off and go straight up and fly straight to suborbital flight, and then come right back down and land. I don't know if I can do it now, but I'm gonna try it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if I'm able to do it still. Nope, I broke the wing. Hold on. Let me try it one more time. Well, orbital tourists will get you a lot of money too, just not as fast. So like, here, I'll show you what I mean by suborbital, because like this is literally all I was doing. Oh, there we go. This is all I was doing. And then I would pop out this little purple thing to make sure that my apoapsis hit 70K. That's it. That's all I was doing. If I'm not mistaken, I should be able to hit 70K off this. Yep. Yep, there it is. There's the 70K. See, in the bottom left-hand corner, I actually hit 88K. Drop those and just keep on going. And now I can fast forward. And I reach orbital flight. And this is how I do it on a very limited budget. There you go. I'm suborbital now. And now I'm coming back in, and I'm going to land right at the KSP, right on the runway. Granted, I can only glide, so I gotta be careful because I have no propulsion whatsoever. I can only glide. I'm only a glider right now. If you have G-force on, you got to be a little bit careful of the G-force. Because you can make your people pass out from too much G-force if you have G-force turned on. But for the most part, you can fly straight in without doing anything too crazy. Like, and this is all I was doing to get money in the very beginning. That's the reason why I have almost 5 million now, is because I had a good healthy 3 million whenever I started going into orbit. And my entire KSC was already fully built. The whole KSC was fully built by the time I went into orbit. Like, I financially funded everything off of suborbital tourists before I even left. Stop! Yeah, I stopped doing tourists as soon as I go into orbit. As soon as I go into orbit, it is only satellites, space setters, ground setters. That's all I do after I go to orbit. But that's it. That's literally what I do in order to get my suborbital tourists taken care of. And you don't have to have 16 spots inside of the aircraft. I just happen to have this optimized from many, many, many times of doing this, right? Um, you can make it to where it only has 8. You could build a rocket and put only 8 of them on there and launch them straight up and parachute them back down if you want to, right? But I know that this is the most fun way for me to do it because I actually enjoy the challenge of landing back, and I like being able to like get my money back from recovering this aircraft. I think I made like, I would spend 37 to launch it, and I think I would make 20K back. So like I really wasn't losing any money doing what I was doing. But that's how I started. That's how I start my games. Yeah, anyway, back to what I was doing because I keep getting distracted. I'll show you how to do the orbits now. Now that, because you asked me the very beginning stuff, so now I'll show you how to do the orbit stuff. Because the orbit stuff is where you lose all of your money if you don't know how to do it. Right? Yeah. Orbit stuff is where you lose all your money if you don't know how to do it efficiently. And the first thing that you can do to save yourself a ton of money is that first stage that breaks off. Try to make it to where you can get most of the way out of the atmosphere. And then use your second stage to get fully out of the atmosphere and try to do it before your first stage hits the ground. Because if you can get back to your first stage and land it, you're saving yourself thousands of that, like on average, half, if not more than half of the cost of your rocket. Just by doing what I had done at the very beginning, catching or using all those parachutes to land that, right? I spend 60K on my rocket, and I spend I think it's 130K I spend. I make on average 75K back. So I only spend 60K on the top part of the rocket that's actually launched out. This part that I'm on right now. Now, yeah, see this would be a completely different story as far as like me trying to do this specific satellite. I'm not going to do that one. I'm going to do a MUN satellite. So let's go ahead and set this as a target. I know on average I need to do about 90 degrees out from the MUN to get to the MUN, so I put a node right about here to add a maneuver, and I do that, and I hit the MUN square on. See? That's just from experience. I've been doing this for a minute. That's all that's from. Now that I've made it to where I can hit the MUN, because that's the key thing first, is hitting the MUN. I'm not making any adjustments until I get to the until I get my target to where I'm hitting the MUN. So here's the first in the sequence to getting to MUN for me, right? Just talking about orbits in general, how I get my orbits going. I got this fancy thing on this specific type of aircraft where I can make it go straight to periapsis and apoapsis, so that way I don't have to fight with it. Now, I missed my start of my burn, but it's okay, because I'm going to get there regardless. All right. There it is. Okay, so now I've hit the MUN, right? So now I've hit the MUN. Now I'm going to put a node here. Probably not 50. I don't need to do it 15 minutes out, probably 5 minutes out. Add a maneuver. I'll come over here and I'll focus view, right? And now I'm going to look at which way see how it's traveling? The higher color is traveling around this way. That means I have to put myself in orbit around this way, right? And how I'm going to do that is I'm going to grab this maneuver. Now that I've hit the MUN, like the area that the MUN's at, I'm going to hit this maneuver node, and I'm just going to go ahead and play with it till I get somewhat where I want to be. And this is the hardest one right here to try and mess with, to be really honest with you. And the reason being is because once you get it to kind of where you want it to be, then you got to start manipulating it a little bit to like, there we go. There we go. Now, But you can see that I'm spending very minimal on delta V in order to get this to where I want it to be. There we go. Now my periapsis is almost in line with what I need it to be in line with. There we go. That's beautiful. So like by doing this, right, I spend 189 delta V now. But what I'm doing is I'm getting the periapsis basically where it needs to be. I'm not making it to where I have to alter the, I forget what it's called, the pink node. I can't remember what it's called, but basically the angle of the orbit. I don't have to move that very much, right? But the actual, I won't have to move the angle of the orbit much, and my periapsis is already basically where it needs to be. And because I'm moving through in such a way, I will pull right into the orbit, right? The key thing is to set up all this stuff whenever you're really far away, so that whenever you get to it, it doesn't cost as much delta V. Because if I was to do that, if I was to get around the mun here and then decide, and like if I was to get in this orange orbit and then decide I want to go to this green orbit, it's going to take me like 2,000-3,000 delta V, or 2,000-3,000 meters a second to do it, right? With this, it's not going to take me much at all. Oh crap. I just lost it. Where'd it go? I lost it. There it is. There it is. Okay. Forgot to back out of my maneuver node before I started messing around with my craft. But now, if I go in here and I mess with this, right, you see where the blue orbit is? That's where I need to burn toward, right? That blue little node in there. Now that I have a maneuver node set up. And you can watch the line move. This is my actual path, and it's moving slowly as we're going. We're burning toward it. You'll see it'll slowly burn right into position. There it is. It's slowly moving toward where it needs to go. And I'm not burning at full throttle either. I'm actually using the throttle control, which is LB and then up and down on the D-pad. So like this button and then up and down on the D-pad. And that's allowing it to actually do what it needs to do. But it's just slowly pulling into where it needs to go. And now that orbit is basically going to be almost set up by the time I start messing with it a little bit, right? Now I go watch it slowly pull its way in, and boom, that's all I need. Now I can go ahead and back out of it. And now that's my path. That's where I'm going, right? And then here is where it's going to get real fun, because what I need to do is I need to add a maneuver here, and I need to essentially get the orbit started. Oh, this is not a perfectly circle orbit either. It's a little bit oblong, which means that I need to adjust the, the blue one. Because it's a little bit out of the circle, so the blue one adjusts out of circle. So that's the next thing I'm going to mess with right there is the shape of the orbit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the angle so that's in line where it needs to be. Here it comes. All right, and now we wait. Oh, interesting. That one needs to get destroyed. And then I want to split the burn time, so 7 seconds. At T minus 7 seconds, I'm going to start the burn, and then it'll end around plus 7 seconds, T plus 7 seconds. I'm probably not going to burn that fast, though. So I'm burning slower so that way it slowly moves it into place instead of me fighting with it. I'll let it burn for about a minute instead of that 14 seconds. And that'll allow me to really manipulate how much I want that circle to move in or out. You'll see it'll start to pull in here in a second. It's about to make it orbit around the mud. And there it is. There's the orbit around mud. Now I'm going to slow it down a little bit. Let it come in. Oh, there it is. Okay, so now I can cancel this. And then what I need to do is right here, at this point where it intersects, I'm going to add a node. And this node is just going to be, well, actually, I don't even need to do it on that side. I can do it on the other side since it's coming around this way anyway. So I'm going to grab it on this side where it intersects. Yep, there. It intersects right at this point. That's where it intersects. And then go ahead and grab that. There. Now it's just going to be minor manipulation. That's all it's going to be now. And it's just going to be one thing at a time. Comes around, hits that point. Ah, I passed it. No. It's okay. Just come around again. There it is. There we go. Now, at this point, I need to adjust the shape of the orbit. And there it is. That's all it's going to take. And the shape of the orbit. Blue is shape, yellow is size, and purple is angle of the orbit. And $19 and close. Okay, and now all I need to do is adjust the periapsis. So at this point, I'll put a node at the apoapsis, and I'm going to adjust the yellow. Actually, honestly, I don't really even need to do this node, but because I'm gonna watch it happen in real time. But basically, I'm gonna wait till I hit the apoapsis, and then I'm just gonna burn a little bit, and it's gonna finish out the specific orbit that I need. And burn into the yellow, so prograde on the yellow. I'm making the circle a little bigger. Oh, I need to make the circle a little smaller. Is that what it is? Fair enough. Circle was too big. I got confused by all the numbers over there in that corner. There it is. Boom, that's done. Now it's in the orbit that it was said to be in. That's it. There's one satellite down. And that is all she wrote. All right, and now back to Space Center. I hope that kind of showed you how to manipulate the orbits a little bit better for you, bud. As far as rendezvousing goes, that's a whole nother beast. And if you can get them within 600 meters of each other, you can get them slowed down to the point that you'll be able to do what you need to do. I mean, I hope you stay around and continue to watch. I hope you didn't just come here for advice. But if you did, so be it. It's fine. All right.
You should focus on the airplanes first, bud. Focus on. So I will say this, right? If you're on career mode and there's money involved, you need to focus on Kerbin groundwork first before you move to orbital work, right? You need to have a solid foundation with the ground stuff before you can move into the space stuff. Um, the airplanes and whatnot, I get it. They're kind of like people don't like the airplanes. I love the airplanes, but people don't like the airplane aspect. But at least build yourself like a little car and drive around and do what you need to do as far as collecting stuff there. Whenever you get the chance to get RCS, you don't really need RCS unless you're planning on doing rendezvous. If you're planning on doing rendezvous, you need RCS. It makes everything 1,000 times easier. It is possible to rendezvous without having RCS, but it is extremely difficult, and I've done it on stream like maybe 3 or 4 times out of all of the times that I have ever brought aircraft together. Ah, passed it. I passed the lot. Okay, I need to head north. I need to go straight north. So what that tells me is that you're either not using the side copy function, so it'll copy from one side to the other, or you were you have your trims still put on, and you're accidentally trimming your aircraft to go that direction. We're going in. I have a wonderful video that explains how to build an airplane, and it is the crappiest looking airplane you've ever seen. Um, but it is yellow behind the blue, or sorry, yellow in front of the blue, and purple behind and below the blue. Give me a second, I'll show you what it looks like on one of my planes. Somehow I got 80,000 from that one. Whatever. Yes. I can unlock it. Nice. All right. Looks like I might be able to send that asteroid out here to. Anyway, might be able to do that. They recover a lot of my stuff financially, though. All right. So I'm gonna open up probably one of my better aircraft. This is it. No, that might not be it. That's definitely not it. Yeah. So this is pretty much how my beginner plane looks on every single game that I play. And that's what it looks like as far as the balls go. That's kind of where I put them at. So the center of gravity in front of the center of lift causes the front of the plane to stay forward. If you put the center of gravity behind it, the plane will flip back like that. Okay? You have to keep the center of gravity in front of the center of lift, which is the blue. And then the center of thrust below pushes out, which inadvertently tilts it up, and the lift allows it to lift up, right? So that's how it works. Is the center of gravity keeps the front down, right? So that it doesn't like flip back. The center of lift allows it to actually like lift up, right? And the center of thrust pushes back and pushes the aircraft up. So it like makes it pivot, so to speak. It make the center of thrust pushing, being below the center of gravity and below the center of lift, pushes and makes the aircraft inadvertently rotate. Okay, and that rotation, depending on how far below you do it, that rotation gets significantly worse, right? Now, with this one, it just happens to be pretty much like the perfect amount because of the type of engine I'm using, the amount of wing space that I have on it, the amount of actual weight that the aircraft weighs. It just happens to work out perfectly, okay? Now, like I said, it's yellow in front of blue and purple below blue. More so in line. It doesn't really matter whether it's in line or below the center of gravity. That's what it looks like. And then if it flies, all right, so lower your engines just a little bit and bring your center of lift back just a little bit. Mine practically tilts from the very beginning. Oh, I was playing around too much. I gotta stop doing that. Anyway, so that means that your center of gravity is way too far forward from the center of lift. Your center of lift should be just behind the center of gravity. Because what's happening is basically the back end's trying to lift up and the front end's keeping it down so much that it's forcing it into the ground and it's keeping it from lifting off. So you need to move your center of lift forward just a little bit. Center of lift should be right behind the center of gravity. The blue should be right behind the yellow. But this aircraft flies so good. I don't have to touch the controls. And it's just because of the way that it's balanced, right? It all has to do with the way that it's balanced. Eventually, it'll reach a certain point where the lift stops lifting as good, and it'll start nosediving a little bit. And then it'll start getting down in the atmosphere again, and the center of the thrust will take over the lift, and it will start to make it come back up. And it will kind of do this pattern of this through the air over time. Because once it reaches a certain atmosphere, it runs out of lift, and it starts to fall back down. And then whenever it gets closer to the ground, it starts to lift again. But I can just let it fly. It's all a balancing act. I have no trim, no nothing on. It's just doing this naturally. SAS is on, but that's it. See? I still haven't touched the controller. Honestly, I trust it so much I could probably walk downstairs, get myself a soda, come back, and it'll still be flying in a straight direction and not running into the ground. You know what? Let's test it. Because now it's at the point where it's going to start getting to the point of cresting and going down. Because as you can tell, my surface speed is starting to diminish. It's because I'm getting so far out of the atmosphere that the aero cones are no longer taking in as much air, and it's not burning as efficiently. The engines aren't burning as efficiently. All right, I'm going to go grab my drink real quick. I'll stay. I'll you stay. Oh, still going. It's still going. I don't even know. Where am I even at this point? I'm going to touch the controller, but it's not to do any controls. It's just to do this. Still just going. It's going to start dipping down. It's going to happen. It's going to start dipping down because it's going to stop having airspeed and it's going to have to come down. Actually, it's starting to do it right now. You can see it on the nav ball. It's starting to do it right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm just clicking it. There we go. So now that I have my arrow, watch. It's gonna. I guess the SAS is gonna take it over, and it's not gonna let it do what it needs to do. So give me a second. Watch SAS off. There it goes. Now it's doing what it needs to do. That was pretty dramatic, but I think the SAS took that over. Anyway. So that's how that works. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I am going to go back to put satellites in orbit because reasons. But if you need any more help, by all means, ask the questions and I will help you. the best I can because it's a good game and I enjoy it. But yeah. Oh my god, I'm gonna fight this cat. Leave my fish alone. Leave them alone. Dude, you're all tangled up. I'm trying to put you down. Trying to put you down. You got all up in my cables. Don't yell at me. Alright, anyway. He's annoying. He's a stray. And my wife brought him into the house 2 days ago, or 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. And I'm upset about it. But you won't leave my fish alone. Go on. Get out of here. Messing with my fish. Stuff it. Stupid cat. Boy, I'm gonna fight you. You start climbing on my tower and stuff. Yeah, okay. You thought about it. You said, I'm gonna get off. Yep. I'm not leaving you space anymore to get behind me. Nuisance. I... You are about to get fought. Get out from behind my computer. Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Cat's gonna drive me nuts. Where's he at? 2. You start chewing on some wires, and I'm gonna chew on your ear. That probably looked way worse than it was, but you know. Don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. You better stop it. Anyway, back to what I was doing before I was so rudely interrupted. Okay. Yep. I hope I didn't move past it. No, I didn't move past it. We're good. Dumb cat. I am allergic to cats. I do not like cats. And for some strange reason, my wife decided to bring this cat home with the kids. I don't know why. I don't know why. I know why. He's a cute cat, but like, can't stand cats because I start itching real bad. Oh shoot! I'm talking. I don't know what exactly your plan is getting behind my monitor setup, but you're about to get in so much trouble. I'm about to lock him in his little area that he has in the house all to himself. That's what is about to happen. He's about to get locked down there. Zero. Beautiful. Eh. Okay, so about 500. You can always just recover the aircraft, which is super nice. Nice. If I'm not mistaken, I just completed that. Yep, sure did. All right. Now for the harder part. You managed to land at the. You know, if you're on Xbox, you can send me videos of what you're doing so I can see it. Because I like to see what other people are doing. I think it's super cool. I'd like to see the aircraft that you built, honestly. Oh, you're on PC? Hey, you know, you got a Microsoft account. You can still send me the videos through the Xbox app. Hey, you know, it is what it is. Okay, now let's see if this will register. How much fuel I have. Well, that's good, man. That means that you're getting real good at it. Did you already collect all your science from around the area in the KSC? Ah, now it's telling me how much fuel I have. And I got plenty of fuel to land this thing back on Earth. I'm gonna SpaceX it. Oh, darn it. Oh, no, 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 no. I messed it. I messed it up. Darn it. Boom. Now I'm gonna land on the sun side. Just for you guys. Just so you guys can see real good. Oh, 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 no, no, no. Save game. Edit. SpaceX. Because I'm doing the SpaceX landing. Here we go. Oh crap. Almost forgot. Gotta save my solar panels. Go. SpaceX landing. Yeah. Let's do it. So close. How does it not burn up? Because I'm going slow enough. I'm hitting a threshold that is just right for me not to burn up re-entering. I also like to put my engines toward the bottom, because if my engines are toward the bottom, then they shield the rest of my aircraft from burning up. I did it again. I ran out of fuel. I did it again. Oops. I'm itching because of the cat. Yeah, I was being dumb on that one. SpaceXing in water is a whole lot harder than SpaceXing on land. Oh, no. I landed and I forgot to turn it off. I forgot to turn off my engine, so I took off again. No. I forgot to turn my engines off and it went. You ever taken a ball and dropped it in water and it bounced? That's what just happened. Um, because of the way that um, I had already made a save after I had the option to land it on ground. I thought I was landing it on ground, but then it turned out I wasn't. So, buddy, if you're trying to get into the box, I will help you get into the box. If that's what you want to play with it to your heart's content. There you go. He's like, that's no fun. You just did all the work for me. Was that $5 grand worth the trouble? $6 grand worth the trouble? I don't know. Maybe. I don't even know how much money I have. Oh, I'm at like 6 million now. There he goes. He's found his way into the box now. All right. What other satellite contracts do I have? Because I got a couple more to do. Ugh. Face is so itchy. Stupid cat. Position a satellite in a specific orbit of the Mun. Okay. And then another one in orbit. I did this already. Is that not the one I just did? Oh, there's an even bigger one. Okay. There's an even bigger Mun orbital one. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Polar orbit, Mun, or of Kerbin, even bigger circle. Noted. Good lord, I can't with all of those. Hold on. There we go. We'll do the Mun one first. How much are these paying right now? Because I'm half tempted just to ignore these at this point. Yeah, you can kiss my butt. Like, I'm gonna take you and fly you around the sun. You can kiss my butt on that. No, thank you. He's in orbit of Kerbin. It's what, 400,000? I need to do that anyway, so. I can use an antenna and mid-miss, that's for sure. It's only worth 150k though. Whatever. Okay, let's see how much these are worth, because I haven't actually looked at the price of these. Okay, that one's like 60k, I'm making like 60k profit off of that one. I make quite a bit more off of that one. I'm only making like 100K off of that one, if even. That one's actually worth something. These two are going to be the most difficult ones I do, and I have a feeling that I'm going to mess up. What's up, Harry's Numbers? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching, bud. A new orbital station around Eve would be pretty cool. That's a lot of monopropellant. All right, and so realistically, I just keep knocking out these satellites. I'll get a nice satellite network out of it, and I'll be paid probably 30, 40K each. If I'm not mistaken. Let's see, how much is that entire thing cost? The satellite ship costs me, I think I'm losing money on this thing. You don't get science from a flag unless it's a contract. You get science from taking a sample of the Earth and from getting EVA samples. Is that sucker really 200K? Hold on. I gotta look at this. Is it really 200K? Because if it's that much, it's all gotta be wrapped. It's not wrapped up in the rocket. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Yeah, I was about to say, that's 100,000. Too easy. I don't know who that is. I don't know you. There we go. 37K? Here comes the real question. How much is this thing costing me? Because, that's 7K. That's not even worth me, like, recovering. This ain't even worth me recovering. Why am I trying to recover this? 120,000. So I'm sending 50K on the rocket. I'm gonna test something here. It's gonna be real controversial. Don't need that. Don't need these. I do need those, but not right now. Okay. I don't need this guy. We're gonna trim the fat off this guy real quick. I was so focused on being efficient that I stopped focusing on other aspects. Okay. Now let's see how much this thing is. 55 and 69. That's 20K. So 144,000 or 140-ish thousand in the rocket. I recover 70K of it. I only use it whenever I have to be able, like, I only use it for cheap electronic controls. That's it. Like, I don't use it for, I'm only using it to activate a parachute. That's it. That's all I'm using it for. All right. I'm just curious. How much in parachutes have I added to this thing? $20,000 in parachutes. Bare minimum. The rocket cost me 136. So it cost me 98,000 minimum. If I do recover the base of it, it saves me 30, 40 grand. So yeah, no, saving the, so okay, so yeah. So it's 20 grand. It's 120 grand. I land it. Yeah, I'm saving 30 grand. Okay, I just had to do some math there real quick. I'm still saving myself 30 grand. Okay, that's key. But now that I cut all those, the satellite payload is a lot cheaper now too. So it's 30,000. So I'm making probably about, probably making, I don't know. Getting phone calls left and right now. Sorry guys, that was cool. The Baguette external tank is a, I believe it's monopropellant. Hold on. The Baguette. Is that the yellow one? That's the yellow one, right? If it's yellow, it's monopropellant. Probably cut some cost right there too. Try and make this thing cheaper. Delete. No, edit. Oh my gosh, everyone is blowing me up right now. think I have propulsion systems still. I still don't think I have propulsion. Hold on. I'm like well into the game and I still don't think I have propulsion systems. Granted, that's not one of those things that I necessarily think is a necessity. I'll have to double check though. I'm pretty sure I went heavy. Mitchin. Let me check real quick for you. Yeah, I went heavy rocketry. I didn't even touch propulsion. I still haven't touched propulsion system. I pushed to heavier rocketry as fast as possible once I started getting to orbital spaceflight. Yeah. It's funny because I can afford it and I still don't have it. That's how little I think of that, actually, come to think of it. Like, that's kind of funny. I'm not going to lie. I just now looked at how much it costs and I'm like, that's the last thing in this row and I still don't have it. That's funny. Oh, speaking of which, let me check on my science real quick. I gotta download all my science real quick. Make sure I still gathering up my science as I'm going. The Mun Ground Station is the station for you and me. Ugh, lag. My frame rate's dropping. I only have 35 science, huh? That's okay. Transmit it anyway. Done. All right. Oh, I didn't even see fuel systems. Oops. I should probably go look at that. My bad. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry I don't say that enough, but thank you guys so much for watching. I see that there's been a consistent 4 or 5 of you that have been watching this whole time. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Okay. Then one last one. Those laboratories are really cool because you collect your science, you put them in the laboratory, and you just go and collect them out of the laboratory over time. And once you get so many of them, you go around and you just check on them real quick. You're looking at, you know, a good, I think I'm going to get 50, 60, 70 just off of doing the rounds real quick and seeing how many I have. I mean, that was 50 or 60 right there. And then I think I'm going to get another however much science from this. That's the equivalent of me just looking at the what's that giant part called? The experimental bay. Me just looking at that bay one time. It's the same amount. Oh, see, I got 75 over here. What in the world? About to deplete the entire electrical system on this thing. Transmitting the science, I'm about to deplete all the electrical. Oh, maybe not. Oh my gosh. Dude, you are driving me nuts. Cat's annoying me. Just by being in the same room as me, it's like, I'm itchy. Ah, okay. Okay, so now let me go ahead and go back to the Space Center. Yes, another 100, 150, 100, 150 science just off of looking at them. That's just from me sending out 2 satellites and then going back and looking at them. I do want this. I want that really bad. Let me go ahead and get at least oh shoot, I can get science. Oh, I can't get science. Let me heavy experimental. I could do better landing stuff. No, I don't care enough to actually mess with that right now. I'll look at it later. We'll fly a couple more satellites out, and then we'll go from there. I should have more than enough science to start messing around in the bigger leagues. I'll probably have all the science I need by the time I really leave this planetary system and start going to other ones. Excuse me. Okay. Now where am I going? I am going... I think I'm just going to go to the moon for now. The moon just makes it easier, or the moon's just more fun to go to than trying to do polar. I don't like doing polar flights. They're not my favorite. The heavier the rocketry, I think that heavy rocketry is definitely what I went for instead of fuel systems first, because you can always just pile more fuel tanks on to a rocket that's able to lift heavier stuff. The rocketry is what ultimately gets you further. The fuel tanks are just, they just cut on weight a little bit. Sorry, I just popped back to that conversation. I was just thinking about it. All right. So I think I'm going to set myself up really good for me to send a rocket to the asteroid. I think in the next one, I'm going to deconstruct what I built on my asteroid. And then I'm going to work on building a system that's going to get that asteroid out of orbit. Out of the solar system. Oh yeah, you can move asteroids. I got one in orbit of Kerbin right now. I've got a contract to kick it out of the out of orbit as well, so or to kick it out of the solar system. There's a contract that I have to send it out of the solar system. So that's a thing. And I'm in orbit. Oh, and it's not going to let me focus on other targets. Do 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 do. Landed. See how much I actually recovered off of this to see if it's worth it or not. Oh yeah, it's totally worth it. Okay. Cool. Definitely worth it. All right. Nope, wrong one. Wrong thing. next spot. Oh crap. Bigger problems. I didn't realize I was coming in from this direction. Crap, 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 crap. Well, thank you for the sub there, bud. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Fix that. Ooh. I was really close to messing that up completely. That's good. Now we can set this here. Do that. Actually, do kind of find that odd that it had a maneuver. Crap. Delete that. Let's try that again. Actually worked out very well. I'm kind of glad that that happened. One has gimbal and one doesn't. In other words, one you're able to control the aircraft using it, and the other one doesn't, I believe. The Poodle and the Skipper. I have to look at them again. Might be that one's more powerful than the other. You can hit X on it and compare them. A little close there. Okay. I personally like the Thud, I believe is what it's called. Give me a second, I'll tell you exactly which one I think I like the most. I think it's the most versatile one, at least. Look at that. Done. Satellites in its spot. Beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, that is the second one sat. Yeah. Okay. Rename. Change to a relay. Edit name. Mon relay 2. Yep. There it is. All right. I think it's called the. I'll have to check in a second. Just give me a second. Oh. So I personally, there's two of them that I use pretty early game, and I use them interchangeably. If you have, hold on, let me just do what I'm doing real quick. Terminate that. Yes. And then where is it? I believe this one will have one on it. I think it's the Wolfhound. I think one of them's the Wolfhound and the other one is the Thud. No, the Thud is a. Hold on. Is it the Thud? No, it's not the Thud. It's the. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Early game, I use the Swivel. The Swivel is my go-to super early game. Oh, this does not have it on there at all. That's unfortunate. Let me rename it real quick, though. Okay. Edit name. Okay. It's not any of the thrusters. It's not any of the solid fuel. I don't use any solid fuel boosters other than my space plane that sends them up and back down for suborbital Taurus. Give me a second. I'm going in there right now to tell you which ones, because I use 3 or 4 of them distinctly. That's very beginning game, and one of them I use all the way till where I'm at right now. Like, I just keep using it because I like it that much. So, I use the swivel in the beginning game a lot. I also use the thud. I use the thud all the way up until I've been using the thud. I use the thud all the time. And then on my actual crafts, like the crafts that are landing and whatnot, I use the cub all the time. So these two I use religiously, the thud and the cub. I like them the most. They have the most degrees of gimbal. I think it's like 10 degrees of gimbal or something like that. They allow you to maneuver very, very well. They're best for your second, third, fourth, fifth stages of the rocket. Now, for the first stage, I go between what is called it's not the skiff. I go between the mainsail, the twin bore, the swivel, early game swivel, and then I think it's the Wolfhound is like mid game for me. I haven't actually made it to end game yet in this save, so like end game I have a different one that I use completely. But those are the four major like stage one engines you'll see me use. I never use the Terrier. I never use the Skipper. Oh wait, no, it's not the Wolfhound. It's the Skipper. It is the Skipper that I use. I use the Skipper all the time. It's that one. So first stage, I use the Skipper. Early game, I use the Swivel. I use the Skipper, and I use I think it's the Wolfhound, but that's like a mid-game one that I use. But that's my first stage is normally the most powerful thrust. No, I don't use the Wolfhound, and I don't use the Wolf. I look for the one that has the most powerful thrust ASL, which is in altitude, basically. Vacuum, the better vacuum stuff is going to be used in your crafts that are in space. So your second, third, fourth stages, right? High altitude in orbit. The ASL stuff, the thrust ASL, yeah, I use the Skipper. I don't use the Wolfhound at all, actually. I use the Skipper. Now that I'm looking at the stats again. Mid-game, Kodak would probably be a good one, but I've never used it. I mostly use the mainsail, the Skipper, the Swivel, and yeah, and then the twin bore is toward the end of the game, the late game stages. But the twin bore is just a beast, so. For vacuum, I use the Thud, and I use the Cub. There's no point in me using anything else. They both work very, very well, and both of them have a gimbal. Oh, the vectoring range on the Cub is 22.5 degrees, which is outrageous. And then on the Thud, it's 8 degrees, which is crazy. Like the amount of gimbal that's on those allows you to do all these mid-air maneuvers easier without having to use anything in particular for control other than like if you're docking, you'd use RCS, of course. If you're like, but as far as just maneuverability, those are the best. I like those the best. So yeah. Let me look at I use the swivel religiously. The swivel was I would use the swivel all the way up until the point that I hold on, let me look. Let me look at the actual like rockets. So out of basic rocketry, I believe is the swivel, right? Yeah, basic rock. I believe that one's the swivel. Yeah. So I use the swivel up until I unlock advanced rocketry, and then I start using the thud. And you do have the thud. If you have the Terrier, you have the thud. I use the thud on second and third stages. Right here, I'll let you look at my rocket. I'll show you exactly how I use them. Excuse me. Parachutes. I don't land the higher stages because it's not worth it. You get like $5,000 back, and to land them is more expensive than that. Um, but here's my thuds. See, I still use the thuds. Even with the beastly engines I have right now, I still use the thuds. And then, like I said, I use the Cubs on these. This guy's got the Cub on it. There's the Cubs. Which way am I going with this? So I've got to head north. If you are using if you have a pilot in a command module, you do not need the Sputnik. The Sputnik would be for if you need to activate parachutes on the way down. And at that point, you need to add a battery and a solar panel. I don't have any solar panels on mine. I just realized that. Either you have enough battery to survive until you land, or you need a solar panel. I should correct myself. But because I'm landing this stage, I have to have a Sputnik on that stage, or something to allow me to activate the parachutes. Otherwise, the parachutes aren't going to activate. Oh man, those are some really close mountains. I really hope I don't land on some mountains. It's really close. Oh, we did it. We're good. What a pretty landing. Those mountains look like they were so much closer than they actually were. Oh man. Lay me down easy. Boom! Done. Yes. Love it. We're good. Yeah. That's great. Oh, my game crashed. Of course. I really hope that it still landed. Otherwise, it's going to be slightly upsetting. Just slightly. What? I'll be right back while it's loading. Sorry, guys. Carly, come. Carly, come here. Carly. Carly, come. Come on, get in here. All right. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's see how bad it crashed. Oh no. That bad? I think it crashed that bad. You don't even need to put fins on your rocket at all. As long as the top of it's aerodynamic, you don't have to put fins on it at all. Fisherman. My fisherman. The little fisher guy. No, you don't need to look at mine. Mine doesn't have any fins at all. I'm just gonna blow through all my fuel because, quite frankly, I don't care at this point. I'm kind of upset that the game just crashed on me the way it did. Oh, I'm so sorry, Carly. I didn't mean to roll over your tail. Should be laying at my feet. Oh, I'm just a full idiot. Hold on. Huh. It reverted back a lot. Wait, did it delete anything else? Okay, Mun Relay 1, Mun Relay 2. Okay. Where's this one at? Oh, this is trash. This is debris. I can't get this back. Rename. Okay. I'm very nervous about these. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. It's actually the furthest I've ever sent anything out, right there. Okay. So this is in between Drez and Jewel. So we're gonna rename that guy DJ Relay, basically. Um, what in the world? Oh. Oh, so the Kraken's just gonna grab you is what's gonna happen. That's not good. That might be a go back to my other. That might be a go back to my other another save file thing right there. That's not no bueno. Oh. 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 Did it come back? Kraken decided it had enough. Oh, good. I'm glad. Okay, I guess you're not going to work with me here. I don't know why this menu is broken, but okay. Drez, Jewel. I don't know. I don't know that I'm gonna. I don't know that I'm gonna have enough Delta V to get this guy out there all the way. you're in orbit if you're around Kerbin. All you have to do is wait till you get your periapsis, so PE, and then all you need to do is burn in reverse if you want to bring your orbit into a better circle. Or you can wait till you reach your apoapsis, which is the AP, and you can burn toward the direction of the PE and make it bigger, and then you can go to a 542 kilometer, 542 kilometer circle. You just got to burn at one end or the other in one direction or the other. You got to figure out which one that is. The maneuver nodes will help you out a lot with that. Yeah. Did it go out? I think it went out. It did go out. I knew it went out. Turd. So you want to burn in a retrograde direction at periapsis in order to decrease your apoapsis. To increase your periapsis, you want to prograde. To make the circle bigger, you want to prograde. To make the circle smaller, you want to retrograde. If you want to make it smaller, you do it at periapsis. If you want to make it bigger, you do it at apoapsis. Rename this guy to Eve Relay 1. Ugh, my face is itchy. Stupid cat. Maneuver node's gonna help you out a lot, man. Uh-oh. Well, guys, I guess my streaming software is starting to shut itself off. That's not good. well, I'm gonna finish organizing these vessels, and then I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. I will probably I'm gonna take a break for a little bit. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be back on whenever I get back on. We're gonna be dismantling my asteroid. What is happening right now? Anyway, check out my tray. I never use solid fuel boosters. Hopefully you're still getting a good amount of data, or hopefully you guys are still getting smooth streams. But I'm getting all kinds of warning bells on my side, so hopefully they're still good. If not, then I'm gonna take a break. Getting all kinds of errors right now. So finish naming this one. Rename it to Kerbin Relay 2. And Kerbin Polar Relay 2. Alright. Thank you guys so much. Man, I ain't played Crossout in a hot minute. I hopped on for like 3 hours the other day, but like I ain't played Crossout in 6 months before that. Never have I don't have a desire to go back to Crossout. It's not. I don't like the direction the devs are going, so I'm not going to support them anymore, if that makes sense. That's where I'm at with that game. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and hop off here. I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to go grab something to eat. I'll be back and we're going to work on dismantling the asteroid, my asteroid space station, and then I'm going to build something else that's going to probably work a lot better for it. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys like the stream, please leave a like. If you're new around here and you want to see more of this content, please subscribe. If you want to find out more information or you have any questions, by all means, reach out to me in the comment section on YouTube. Nocturnal, it's just not in the cards for right now as far as Crossout goes, but I don't know. I might get back into it. I might not. It just kind of is what it is at this point. But thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you all in the next one.